Good morning, or I guess good afternoon, people on the East Coast. Back at it again. I guess Stanley Cup Playoffs later today, so just in case, I wanted to once again try streaming in the morning. Maybe I'm fresher too. Not a huge amount of progress last week because there was a website project I was working on, which is unfortunately kind of done now, but that means I can spend more time in Carpoon and other things. So, on that note, I think basically I'm going to just plunk in those 4 waves and be doing balancing for them. And 4 waves of cars left that I want to do. And also been catching up on a few things I want to take care of, like GST filing, which is almost nothing for taxes, but it's nice now that I don't have to worry about it anymore. A new thing I have to do too is that I created a corporation for Carpoon. I have to figure out the corporate tax stuff. It's like all these little things that it's like running a business that isn't making games. So what I had tried to put in a car to go through the crusher again because I was like, what happened there? I was thinking, why isn't there an example of a car being crushed? And it's weird, like if it's just going through from the beginning, it doesn't get crushed. Well, if it's like going around a path later or just wandering after being harpooned once, it is. But that that I might have to flag some sort of variable or something. So I'll just head back to how it works. And I had a reminder from someone from Full Indie. It's like, well, it feels almost done. You should just release it. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess so, but maybe I think there's more to do than there actually is. We got my Trello. And one thing I've seen is that maybe in the AutoWorks, because a reminder, using my laptop to have ground effects or some sort of lighting below them. It's also remember it's Father's Day tomorrow. I got my dad a round of golf for later. But I'll have to pick up a card. Type a message in the Carpoon Discord that I started, although good luck for me trying to find the link. There's A/B testing on YouTube thumbnails now, so I might start playing around with that more. See if an image of the truck or an image of me does better. Slow to load. For hummingbird watch, the chicks in the nest are kind of getting feathers. They're kind of stretching their wings and stuff now. They opened their eyes last week, so I was going to take a photo again yesterday, but it started to be like a windstorm for about 1 hour, and that wasn't the best time. Gonna hope everyone right now is out enjoying the summer type weather. Some things I gotta figure out later if I can go to Bit Summit or not. That's one I always wanted to go to. My neck is a little stiff today from exercise yesterday, unfortunately. So I'll move my head very slowly. I also want to check out some of the Steam Next Fest demos today at this time, and nobody's here, but I did get this. It was half off, so I have it now. Now, I did have Demon's Souls, but I never played too much of that. So I have been thinking of having waves of cars, like cars spawn during a wave, because right now they just spawn at the beginning, and then the wave continues till they're all crushed and ends, and there's more time added. But I'll do that maybe after finishing the simple goal, and not just keep doing scope creep. So I believe these two weren't filled yet. So these would just be ones, cars jumping around. And of course cars still, they kind of go into lava sometimes, too much. Like maybe after 3 jumps. So I'm going to put in the waves first. Sometimes it's saying you just have to put stuff in and see how it goes. Even if you don't know exactly what you should be doing, just sometimes just put stuff in and then work from there. Like, just get started. I think I can probably copy this one and put it here and just make it bigger. I can make the speed, I don't know, 3, and then I can add in something. Getting the feeling I'll be in too much sunlight soon, but I'll see. I would say 8 cars is probably a little much. I can simply, maybe for 3 players or 4 players I can add more. Kind of a scalable wave here. So I'll delete. Find out what I did for the if statement again. Kind of weird how I didn't use the simple variables for the position of this one. So this player count is a bit different. It doesn't. It's not using that new variable I created. That must be in Park and Panics. Okay, yeah, this one. I should really create a script for this because as much as I want the variable, I want to have players subtract from this if they're out of lives. I should. I might as well make a quick script right now. Probably not the best, just to be like referencing global variables. It's always one thing, like starting in making games, like how should I have everything talk to each other? It's like let them know like my information. Or in like the Flash tutorials used to be like, oh, well, you have a game object that kind of manages everything. Simple for now. There we go. So I should probably. In theory, I should check if that exists, even though it always does. So somehow I got a O game object to be that thing controlling everything, but then I created O menu to take care of menus, and all of a sudden I got going from the player select to like the game to ending the game to back to start, and I started adding stuff in there. So it's kind of spread across two of them. Do a quick description so I know what's going on when I forget later on. So Tactical Breach Wizards, which I had played, that now has a release date of August 22nd. That was in the PC gaming show, so that's soon. Quite a few other games coming out, like yesterday's Shovel Knight DX was announced for the 10th anniversary of Shovel Knight, and a new mainline Shovel Knight game is in development. So it's kind of like we knew they were working on one that was probably 3D, but I don't think it was confirmed that it might have been a new one in the franchise yet. I want to say here, between the player select screen and the level, the players kind of became, it had a 0 count. Future Tom can take care of this problem for when players are out of stock. Okay, let's... Oh, let's see, I'll go... I'll keep the old way referenced. It's a little easier to put this down below, so I can just add more to the list. Three players are going to have it tough. 4 more cars. So while I add the wave name and the time right away on the next one, I don't have to add the time again. And I can just add more cars. I don't think I could change the time again. I'd have to kind of redo. I'd have to like remove it and re-add it. So this should be in the if statement. When I say top left and bottom left here, it might have been easier if I put it into the names. But I don't think it's too hard to figure out. Rename it Wave 8. Oh. Well, good afternoon, Oscar. It's still morning here, but you say yesterday you finally got Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance for Nintendo Switch. Well, I hope you're enjoying it. I'm doing okay today. My neck's just a little bit stiff, so that's from exercise yesterday. A little bit dehydrated, but doing okay. Just trying to keep at it here. For me, I was excited about the Shovel Knight announcements yesterday. Yeah, looking forward to playing some Next Fest demos later today. So I take it that you do not have PlayStation 5 or a really big Nintendo fan. Just because I heard Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance was a little better on PlayStation 5. Or I think it's on PC too from the Steam Deck. But I know, how are you doing? I hope you can enjoy that game for a long time. You're a little sick with cold, but it's not COVID-19. Feeling a bit better. Well, yeah, that's good to hear. I hope you get over it soon. It's no fun to be sick in June. Make sure you get enough rest there. Which I guess you can rest while playing Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance. tomorrow I might be playing some Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, or some other co-op games. I'll see. And Oscar, is it where you are? Is it Father's Day tomorrow? This is the gold card throws it off, because that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1. Okay, well maybe that's right. I'm gonna just test it out. Okay, Father's Day is tomorrow, but in your home country, Dominican Republic, it's the end of July. Yeah, it's not always the same place or the same time, so. I think one easy. Oh yeah, I guess well, Oscar, I should ask you, gonna celebrate Father's Day tomorrow then, or wait for the end of July? Oh, well, that's great. Okay. Well, I wanted to skip to a later wave here. I'll just go through it all again so I get ideas too of what's working and what's not working. So we'll say was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday. I got to play through Double Dragon Gaiden with my friend. We played through the whole game, and then we were playing Street Fighter 6. And we were in a few matches in. My friend says, "Do you want to do best of 10?" I said, "Okay." And it came down to 9-9. And it came down to a true best. It came down to the wire, like the last one winning for best of 10. And I just edged him out. I felt bad though, because, well, I did use Blanca on the previous match to win against E Honda. On the last one, I got to use Akuma while he was Rashid, and like Akuma would be, this is like Ken, right? So I felt a little bad using Akuma to win, but I believe it's called For Glory, but we always call it King of the Universe. Oscar said, you heard rumors that the Nintendo Direct for June will be on June 18th. You hope Nintendo will be announcing for real and official. Yeah, the thing about that is the next day is the holiday. And it has to be in June. Let me check. Let me check the Luigi's Mansion. And the release date, Luigi's Mansion 2, is on the 27th, so even though they could just stomp all over it and not care, maybe too they want to show direct stuff before everyone's out for summer, although I think in some places like LA or California, school's already out for summer. But we'll see, what happens. I'll just be ready. Either way. I put 2 T's here. And it's hard, like, when is Elden Ring DLC? So that's June 21st. Yeah, so you'd have a little bit of buffer from Elden Ring too. And that embargo. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Whoop. Although it's kind of separate, but enough people talk about Elden Ring, maybe even Nintendo wants to miss it. Although sometimes in the past you've had like so many state of play like right near Direct. I've noticed this, that anytime there's a Steam Next Fest, usually there's a Direct right around it. Like, let's see, like, so Steam Next Fest, if we go like 2024, you get your full list of events here. So let's just search Next Fest. So the October edition is October 14th to 21st. Now, Next Generation Switch could change this, but it's almost like you could there's probably be some other Nintendo announcement around then. Yeah, what day is... So yeah, October 21st, then... Could be there. I'd have to check its directs or in October, I forget, but... I wonder in the Direct if we'll get that Star Fox Assault remaster. I found I have I forgot that I have a Japanese Nintendo Wii, because I bought the Japanese version of Star Fox Assault, so I can play it. I can also play it on GameCube with the freeloader, but with the Wii one I can use HDMI easily. So I have a line number for this code mistake on 520, but these lines are based off, so it's like 520 for all of these, but the number here shows me for the block. Makes it kind of hard to find. So I'm gonna cheat and just do that. Hey, and it's pretty quick today. Oh, this wasn't even... I didn't add the script brackets. Well, that should fix it. So always weird at the start. I go down and went up. It still wasn't it, but I removed the analog speeds. It's a bit better. Kind of felt a bit weird up there with the up-down code. Okay, I also say, but it's been 10 years since Nintendo announced Breath of the Wild, Splatoon 1, Amiibo, and other games from E3 2014. But in 2015, Satoru Iwata passed away. Yeah, that was very sad. Yeah, we did that live stream for this. Watching it like 10 years later, although I guess it wasn't the official date yet. And that was a really great, that was a Robot Chicken. I love that one. So funny. You know, the funny thing with Satoru Iwata is that oh, another bug. I found about him, like, I think he had his Heart of the Gamer talk at GDC, and I remember one indie developer just like ripping into him about like development fees and stuff, and yet the whole narrative that I've seen around him changed, and then you know, you want to be highly respected and someone actually worked on games and cared for them. So it's funny just how one person could be mad at him at the time, but slowly my perspective changed about him. Because basically that person who ripped into him kind of said like, Iwata took the heart of a gamer and was holding it. Like, geez, that's a statement. And I think I had liked that developer's game design book. But yeah, I forget who he is now. So 2015 was the Jim Henson's Muppets collaboration. Yes, that, I wonder, you know, that as much of it was for Star Fox, it might have been Iwata's health at the time. I've seen other people have, what cancer did he have? So he had a tumor in his bile duct. But I like friends who get pancreatic cancer and stuff. It's they kind of get real skinny after that. It's no problem. So this. I've done a mistake here somewhere. Probably it's like, what are all these? Yeah, it is. All the names are mixed up. These must have been copied from the previous one, so I'll just do this to be, I'll do this to be safe. That's probably okay. I wonder for this year's Direct if they'll have anything fun in there. I guess we'll see. Like the Splatoon guy wears the lab coat, which was funny seeing that one 10 years ago when he didn't have the lab coat yet. I'll be back in a second, just getting some coffee. back. Well, hopefully it's bug free now. We'll see. Volume's down low, so it's not too annoying while I'm playing it. So I'm thinking I should probably do another demo update soon on Steam. Steam is something I should probably promote more often. Okay, great. I think that fixed the bugs. No, don't kill. Oh, he got the lava. Why? Wish they wouldn't pop out. That was a little bit off. Splash up with me going through it. I already had some player where you see it heating up. It's, I guess you can see the lava but it's going fast enough. That again is scope creep. It's 33% mark full car. That's a bit of pressure for those lava balls. It's not quite as much as I want. It used to be the laser eyes would follow you and track you exactly what I could get, so it would go past your position. It was working. But then you didn't realize where you just kind of stopped. The part of the conveyor belts changed direction, but it wasn't obvious. I'll have to see quickly if they are just doing that to start while I was working on wrapping up this one. Well, that was fanfare of that wave. Yeah, like you don't have one going on the path. It's not. I want to check the conveyor belts real quick. I can... They are working. I can probably make it so they have a target speed and slowly change. If there was a sound effect or something, that might be a bit better too. Like, that's one thing I've had trouble with. Like, there's a wave of cars here, but I didn't really notice anything happening. I'm gonna change the wave to 7 and see. I do have to update that key art in the splash screen, so you can kind of see the rope is thicker from the Carpoon car. Like, it's one thing, like, spend a lot of time in key art, because that's the first thing people see. It's like first impressions count, which is a sad reality of life that I don't like fake salesman. Fancy car and nothing else. Okay, yeah, the conveyor belts aren't tied to the wave itself, but the number of waves that it ties. Cars kind of dive into lava, I don't notice it too much. I did notice one thing I can probably fix quickly. I'll create a list of things to tackle. Where I had a previous list here. Yeah, don't drive in lava. So the double music, that's bad. Louder music, driving over statues, or not. That's a sound effect. Maybe the gold card just doesn't die unless you drop it in. Or time passes to kind of make it like you're racing against the clock to get it. So we want to split the control graphics on the main screen. So that's an easy one. So I'll do that when I need a break. The double music, that's what I'll have to look into. That's like, before I had it so there's no music and now there's double music at times, so we'll see. Start button. Oh yeah, and we'll this is June, I don't know, June 15th now. Conveyor belt speed, slow build up. Hello, Zach. How are you today? Thank you for dropping by. I might do some drawing later, but it will be just for the crushed hot dog card in the scoring summary. I'm doing okay today. A little stiff after exercise yesterday. I've been catching up on a few things. I think I just kept the earlier time today because as a Canadian, it might be the last game of the Stanley Cup Finals tonight. Florida has a chance to win it all. And I just had a project end yesterday, so it's a bit busy week, but I'll have more time again for Carpoon. Oh yeah, I think my cousin has that, and it took a while to figure out. So like he was on my hockey team, and sometimes he could play, but then other times he couldn't. So yeah, yeah, autoimmune disease, real hindrance lately. Yeah, like it sounded like my cousin, he would get it at times and it would go away. So it's like always, it sounds like a tough challenge to deal with. Yeah, flares. No, but also like last weekend I saw one of my best friends, and for the first time in a few months, so that was nice. And he'll be joining me at a charity golf thing for my hockey team coming up July 7th. So that's pretty nice. That was some nice news. Yeah. So like I have to ask, are there any games that you have been playing in the last week or so, or have you followed any of the game announcements, or any, like there was a whole bunch of game announcements for Summer Games Fest, or is that something you don't do? Also, I'll admit I woke up at 5:15 yesterday to try to finish off that project that I was working on. So I might I might fade and run out of energy at some point. And I will take a good photo of the hummingbirds later today. They have some feathers on their wings now. They've been stretching their wings and stuff and opening their eyes, so extremely cute. They're sleeping right now, but yeah, you watched some of the announcements with Hayden. Yeah, there were a whole bunch of neat ones. I'm getting the sun coming in and out of the clouds right now, so it's like it gets too bright at times, but no. Yeah, here I'll show you something that Hayden reminded me of. Watch, I got this finally, so I'm gonna be diving into this too. Dark Souls. It was half off. Oh, thank you. I think he knows, but there's proof that I did it. He had messaged me on Thursday, which was nice. It is a limited amount of time for Steam Next Fest demos, so that was the first gift he got you, Dark Souls. Oh, that's a nice. I think that's a nice gift, but depends. What my friend told me, good luck. But I think it's doable. Like if I did Breath of the Wild, like I'm sure Dark Souls is probably harder, but we'll see. So Oscar, I forgot. Did you play Shin Megami Tensei 5 like the normal edition, or this is going to be you diving into it first time? So Saki said it was great. You got to play with Hayden, and it was easier when someone else walked you through it, but you still died a lot, especially with bosses. Yeah. I'll try a bit by myself first just to experience it. Like I read one, I think it was Dylan Cuthbert. He was talking about his Dark Souls experience. He had worked on Star Fox and set up Q Games in Kyoto. He played Dark Souls and said like, oh, this is garbage. And then his friends were like, no, you gotta play it for a week. And it's like, all right, I'll give it a week. And then he's like, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. So. Well, Oscar, I guess you can let me know later how it is compared to the original. And with Dark Souls, I'll just have to be extremely patient instead of just being aggressive on bosses, I'm sure. Yeah, it takes time to grow on people, so I'm going to treat it like Breath of the Wild, where it took time to get into it. You kind of have to earn being good at the game. Like for me, I can easily go back and compare anything to original Zelda, where it's just like, drop you in, here you are, figure it out. Just explore. Which admittedly, I never beat that game. I got to the last castle, or dungeon, and that dungeon was huge, and I didn't beat it, so I should go back at some point. I just see my little drawing that I envisioned cars coming in on a boat, but that's a bit out of scope. I'm going to choose a path here to go on. Maybe. So what's been my favorite game to play lately besides Carpoon, of course? I was enjoying Thousand Year Door because I didn't play it before. And what? I think I was playing something else. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna check my Steam quickly. That was a game from one of the announcements. What did I? Video Ball, I would say that was one I found. Oh yeah. Last weekend I played through Double Dragon Gaiden with my friends. That was a surprisingly good game. Like, it doesn't look as good as you might expect, but the way everything levels up. The way everything levels up and stuff, it was a lot of fun. This is on Switch. We played on PlayStation 5. I think it's on a lot of platforms. And so a lot of replayability in this game too. It's probably on, yeah, it's pretty much on everything. And it came out last July. And I know I had heard somebody else also like it. Yeah, and I had played Double Dragon 1 and 3 when I was growing up, so kind of like the music has a bit of that nostalgia for me because it's the same music. So it's another beat 'em up. Like, so many people are excited about the Power Rangers beat 'em up in Summer Games Fest, and they definitely have a resurgence right now. Okay, I'm just gonna go, I think, top right and bottom left loop. I'm gonna need a notepad so I know what I'm doing. So like, right now I'm just trying to fill in the remaining waves so they're there for testing, and after that I will do some more polish. But that's a major milestone to try to do today. Oh yeah, like the eyes on the crane go out of position on this level. It's this glare from the sun is definitely why I got blackout curtains for live streams and stuff. So you can't be sitting there and go like, oh, I'm adjusting it. That way I don't have to worry about lighting. Of course, now I just want to keep it open so I can enjoy outside. But sometimes it gets a little bright. This is out here, probably. Yeah, here we go. Great. One thing about this level, it probably would have been easier to make one of these like a giant block. Then the cars would kill themselves less. Okay. Oh. Copy that name down. Now I can reference in the path here. Oh, it's Zach, if you're, how is the weather over there? Because in the Stanley Cup Finals, I heard like the flight out was delayed for one of them just because of bad weather. So I hope there's no more like tornado-like weather over there. It sounded like just like a bad storm. Let's see, I'm gonna copy one of the path, and that'd be an easy way to start it. Here we go, I can update this one. I'm just going to try top left and bottom right. Better recently, but really hot. Well, that's good. It is only just beginning to get warm here in Vancouver. It is what? I have to check because it's Celsius always. It is like today. It's 55, so it's not hot whatsoever, and the high will be 80 on Thursday. So that's actually going to be like the hottest it's been in a while. Normally it's been about 68 degrees Fahrenheit over here. But it's Canada. It should be snowing every day of the year. Okay, let me finish off this loop before I forget what I'm doing or get distracted by wanting to do other changes. Time. Wave 9, time to add, okay. Oh, I'm gonna write down my notes. I want to add in like a warm-up round. No time. Let's see if that's doable. I should be really using a Trello for that, but that takes longer, so I'll look into that later. I don't think these two cars can go too fast, or they might just drive off. So it's either two cars or maybe three of them. We'll see. I'll try speed of 5, which is 5 pixels, probably a frame. So I wonder now if I added more cars. It is wave 9. Yeah, I'll add. I'll add a couple. I'm not sure if changing that angle there will do anything, but I just want to mix it up. Like, it might be the wrong direction for them to be pointing. Okay, well, there's one more wave in, followed by 2 gold cars. I can probably add in another crate copter. Probably added like 2 crate copters in the opposite corners. Although that'll kind of mess up the camera. These are my amazing notes. I think I did want to see if I could have lava surfboard cars, but that might be a little much. I'll just put them in and see what happens. So I will now start on. Oh, did I? This might explain. This might explain a few things. I don't think I added in. I was like, I don't think that was that wave. I don't think I added it. That's funny. So I created it, but I didn't add it in. So I almost need a name for each wave, and then I can see it when it shows up. should just... Okay, so the gold wave... Yeah, that's going to make it not numbered on each one. Not the biggest deal, just not as easy to keep track of. Oh, good afternoon, Hayden. How are you today? Rage and Tombo. Yeah. You wanna know why I called it Rage and Tombo? Cause like 20 years ago, I think I had a nickname Tombo, but Tombo was always taken. So I joked I'd be mad about that, and I called it Rage and Tombo. And I got the name Tombo because I was playing basketball with some of my local friends, and one of them's like, "Go call Tombo," and it's like, "Who? Tom." So that's how I got the name Tombo. It's a nickname. And there's just so many Tom Arnolds out there that I just use it sometimes too. So it's like it's obvious who it is. Yeah, and Hayden, I do have Dark Souls now. If you do want to play it at some point, although I remember you said it's important maybe for me to play it by myself first before you carry me. So we can arrange a time later or now, either way. Okay. Okay, well that's great. Yeah, well, I might have some time later today, for instance, but we'll see. I woke up very early yesterday to try to finish off that project, which is now done with. So I have more time for Carpoon and Dark Souls. So you can always make time for Dark Souls. It's the kind of game you can probably play through more than once. Well, that's good to hear. Now, is that just how good the game is, or is it because of the character customization? That's just from the big things. There's a lot of different ways to play it because of how good it is. Well, that's good. No bug. Yeah, I'll say I played a few hours of Shin Megami Tensei 3, and it was hooking me in. Like, I think there's a way to try to recruit demons and stuff to your team. That was kind of neat, which is a little bit like Deltarune, not killing people. Like trying to go the pacifist route. But then it's like, hey Tom, $100 RPG. I'm like, oh no, that that I don't know if I can do. Okay, the Wave 8 roaming here is wrong. Oh. Waveless. There we go. Well, Hayden, were there any exciting announcements that you saw that you're looking forward to from Summer Game Fest or the whole window last week? Got the Gears of War E-Day trailer spike. Yes, that was kind of expected. Going back to the beginning, actually seeing what happens, like that's a good idea. It was a little sad because it didn't extend on Gears of War 5 to find out the decision at the end. Yeah, I'm afraid of Gears of War, not just Gears. Trying to make it. Like, people can call it Gears of War, but saying Gears of War is no, yeah, seeing all those friendships built up. It's hard to hear the game audio. I bet the levels are different. Yeah, I had to delete all my OBS profiles, or not OBS profiles, but like scenes. I was having a green screen issue, so there, I lowered it down to, I don't know, from 100% to 40%, so thank you. I also can do this. Yeah, the only thing that would have been nicer with the Gears of War E-Day trailer is if we had some gameplay. But they're going to save that for a later announcement. A later marketing beat. I was reminded yesterday by Joey about the existence of Gears of War Judgment. I forgot there was an expansion for that, so I think I played every other Gears of War. The only other thing is that Cliff Walensky, he wasn't ever referenced like for story ideas, even though he offered. That's just the way it goes. Agree on the gameplay. Just really happy about the direction. Yeah, yeah, and we'll see too. Like they can add in other things like the skiff. Or vehicles and stuff into E-Day. Like it doesn't just have to be 100% classic Gears of War gameplay. I would say Gears of War, probably one of the best, I guess, AAA games for co-op. I don't even know what wave this is now. It's like I think this is just a test wave of cars. Well, I'll be back in a second. I just ran out of water, but no, Gears of War was an exciting announcement. Along with the Medieval Doom, but personally I'll probably like Gears of War more, and I like the direction of Perfect Dark. That's what I'll say. Yeah. Yeah, for me, though, with the Xbox conference, the other thing is it's the shadow of all the people they just let go is kind of overhanging it. And Tango GameWorks in particular. Just updating the player count check, which I found doesn't work. Well, that one kind of works, but maybe I should just. No, I should update it. I shouldn't have two different types. Okay. I'll just call this. I'm trying to think now if there's an easy way for a wave to have the conveyor belt speed specified, or if I can just keep it separate. It's just, if it's separate, it's harder for testing. But maybe I'll keep it simple for now. The gold car might be saved for the last wave, but I'm going to add in one with 2 crates, dropping in a bunch of cars, and then I think, yeah, I think that could be pretty much it. Like, it's always fun to add more waves, but that is the, it's a similar amount to the other levels, so it should be okay. I just have to differentiate them more somehow, but I'm thinking of, like, if maybe in the last one the lava balls, the meatballs come in or something. I'll see. I'll try that after I get the 2 crates coming in. I'll see if that's possible. So this 5.3 is like a little speed variable flag, I think, for the crate copter. I'll probably have to kind of hard code it in manually for what it's going to do. I think that something I don't know much about games is scripting them. To have it separate from the coding. When you're kind of just working on the game yourself, I don't think it matters as much, but it does probably make it easier. I think the crate copters can probably be a little faster too when they come in, but I'll write a note later. don't think much time should be added on the last wave. Should have to, all the time you've accumulated until then, about the payoff for the player. Position of that one. Probably be somewhere around here. Let's make sure I add it in right away so it actually happens. No, that's the wrong thing to update. There we go. Yeah, probably this gold one and the copters will change, but I'll take a look at that. I forget if adding the hot dog cart causes a bug. You could probably plunk it in real quick. That would be one easy way to change what a wave looks like. And I haven't added the SUV too much. I'll have to do that for a 2-player. I'm guessing the conveyor belts won't move it. There's a reason why I removed it before. So now to see the way the conveyor belt or the crate copters get spawned. So I think I'll have to do it. What I remember is that it has the cars that are going to come out kind of built into it. I have to decide if they're going to do something special when they explode. Let's see, so it destroys it. Is this where it drops? Maybe here? That's weird. I have to remember how it works. Okay. I remember now. This is the crate copter, but it also has the container as a separate object. That means I have to like pass something along twice which, okay, well, I'll see how it works first when I put it in. And make sure the direction, like I know I programmed it going right, I have to make sure they can go left. I'm gonna have to break this down in little steps. It feels a little tough to visualize, but I know it's doable. This is where I'm just tempted to run it and see what happens, but I think all I have to do is make the speed negative. So that's the park and panic waves. I'm just looking at an example. I'll put a start wave code up here so it's just easier to keep track of everything. One thing I just thought of, well, I could have cars being dropped on the belts for a wave, and maybe after a few seconds or going around a couple times, they slowly wake up and start driving around. And just one where you have to endure the wave. That could be a good way to like split how things are working. Okay, so you're going right, negative speed. Probably have to just go 0 degrees. Hope that's going the correct way. Copters, yeah, thank you for catching that, GameMaker. We'll start around wave. Yeah, we'll start there and just see how things are going. It's a somewhat exciting idea to have basically enough waves of cars in the AutoWorks. That was the goal. No, the missing an S. And just get to a point where I can just polish everything. Yes, that A button there, that's one I want to draw, like these A buttons, which I lost. I don't know where the file is. That's the problem with having a huge project, just managing everything. So in that bottom right corner, that here, let me. You can't see it. I got a bug now. No, that. Why? It was moving the hot dog cart. I don't understand. It wasn't even working, and it was the belts were moving. So yeah, I'm not. That's scope creep right there. The hot dog cart. A bit of the inheritance issues that I didn't quite take into account for in this level. Going from O vehicle to O towable and O sedan, basically. Okay, that one jumped. This is good. I feel like I have a very clear goal today for what to try to do. We'll just see see what issues come up. Wow, I didn't think claws could just grab a car. That. I'll have to look into that. Like, I thought you have to tow them, but maybe not on this level. Like, that'd be funny to be dragging the gold car along and have a car just drive into the claw ahead of you and kind of block where you could drop it off. So that one there didn't have the animation for lava. Maybe it was just too quick. Okay, here's the gold car wave. That's what I didn't think of. That's a little easy. I'll have to move it up. I'll write a note. Move gold. Because that... I just touched it in the class like, well, thank you very much, and it took it. So... You can do that with one of the SUVs in Park and Paddock when it just lands and drives through the crusher. But there's two. Kind of like there's two there. Thinking back to Streets of Rage, different characters are color-coded, I believe, for what they do. That might have been a missed opportunity in Carpoon. Like each car's color could have been representative of a special thing. So this crate copter, is he dropping it here? Yeah. I'll have to change the drop-off point. That's an easy thing to fix. Okay, so basically that crate copter drop-off position has to be different. I'll move the gold car quickly before I forget. See the position, maybe, how's here? 171, okay. I was kind of using a preset position, but I'll just, there we go. Keep away from the claw. I'll try a different speed too, or a different direction. Yeah, I'll just keep writing to-do notes so I don't forget. Can group those together. Move up the wave for testing, and we'll take a look here. So I have a start position, and so that was overwritten. The drop position is what's going to have to change. So now I just figure out a way to update that. Let me figure out what it should be first. It's almost, if they were going across, if they went across the level, you can kind of get to see them more. I can try that. It's more foreshadowing. Also, if there are other players, you could kind of fight with them for a bit. So we'll try to drop it around here. Maybe because it bounces. Okay, so after this, let's see how it goes, and then for no reason try to have. Well, I'll probably work on the conveyor belt because that's half done at this point. It's tempted though to have the lava balls rain in. I think in the auto works I thought of having different machinery going around, like maybe something with a laser. Like I could have timed lasers that you have to avoid around the conveyor belts. That remind me like Mario 3 Bowser's Castle. I always the threat of those little Bowser statues shooting lasers down, that was always really neat effect. Something so different in the game. So when I'm creating the wave, I can set the so I have a I can set where it drops here at least. So I have something already. I don't know what I was doing there. Like, what's the case 99? Okay, I see. Depending on where it's parked. And I think I just made it a huge number not to worry about. Not to worry about overlapping with an actual path. Trying to think now. I don't think I have a figure 8 type path in this level for cars to go on. I can see. I could probably create that. Just trying to think of ways to differentiate the waves because they kind of blend together. Okay, well let's change the parked value to 112 and it should drop it there. That is my easy hack for where it should go. Can I make the speed quicker? We'll see. Oh. I think naming each wave might make things easier in testing, at least. I'm considering it. I thought I made it wave 12. Why are there still gold cars? How many waves are there now? Did I not change it? That was a little different how it was still acting as it was in lava when it was in the air over a jump. Okay, here it comes. It looks like it's going a little quicker, so that's nice. For how the car is, it should be a bit lower, because only if I'm up here can I see it. And there we go, some cars. Those should follow a path, though. It's kind of like lemmings. Well, not like lemmings because they would follow another one, but I should. They're all just going into the lava. So I think if they follow a route, they're less likely to kill themselves. So no, that works. So I'll move it down so we see the crate, and I'll try having them follow a path. So that was 1600. Well, let's take a look. Maybe 1850. Well, yeah, I think it adds height, so it might end up there. We'll try 1850 for the Y value. So after seeing my friend last weekend, he also was interested in Godot. So it's like, oh, it's starting to really feel like I should also learn that at some point. But it's probably easy to pick up. It's kind of being torn between just pushing ahead in GameMaker versus knowing other things. And Godot is free, at least. Okay, so we moved it down. We want them to follow a path. So now I have to pass something down to the copter, that has to pass it down to the container, that has to pass it down to the cars. Because currently, like, I could make different alarms. Right now, this is how they're created. They're kind of all manually done. Now I gotta realize there's only so many times I'm gonna use the container. Like, a container could easily be a parent and have like child containers that it does instead. But there's 9 alarms. I think, considering I only have 3 containers in this wave, it should be okay. Naming an old one O container OG before I changed it. Now this container, so I call it hut explosion because it's based off the Volcarnage Island hut. That explodes at the end of waves in that level. So I repurposed it for this. I want to take a look. One thing my friend always wanted, he wanted it so this hut, when it gets to the last wave, that it's like it moves a bit and then it explodes. Like if it was being picked up by the cars in it. Because 4 cars spawn out of it once it explodes. Godot seems to be picking up in popularity. It's I don't know. It's always good to know about different tools. It's like just after my experience of Flash and like that dying, like it's good not to just be stuck on one, and to like have other avenues, or especially like Unity. Let's say if that went into the royalties thing. Now, the guy who did a lot of tutorials years ago came back and is making more. Is that Benjamin Anderson or someone else? I think that's Heartbeast, who I saw. Like that, I did some of his GameMaker tutorials, and then he shifted to Godot, perhaps smartly, kind of like a blue ocean strategy. Let me figure out, keep track of nodes to do. So we want Waves UI. Copter drops cars that follow a path. Then we want conveyor belt speeds. That's what I want to tackle next. The Waves UI. I think that's not fun. I want to add in the lava meatballs. Balls to indicate the whole place is falling apart. Yeah, that's some good things to work on today. Maybe a figure eight wave. Oh, right, ground effects too, but I'll do a drawing segment in the second half. I'm thinking of adding headlights, but the problem with headlights is it's not really a problem, but it's a little tricky for the Z depth, or Z depth. I have to draw the lights in front when they're looking down, and then when their cars are looking up, when the top half of the lights have to be drawn behind the car. Otherwise, like, they can't just be in front of it the whole time. There might also be a shader way to do that. Okay, so let's open up old container, and I think that's going to be the simplest way. Just add another alarm. So and here too, I can see if cars actually can follow a path or not. Like I can set them to. Sorry, as I'm not as active in chat, I'm multitasking. No, I appreciate you just dropping by, and no, I'm glad you can also do stuff. I'm tempted to ask one person I've met before who works on, I think it's Wotan DX, what they do. They do Twitch streaming for their game development, how that turns out. Doesn't look like he saves his streams though. Okay, let's just... Oh, I already created an alternate one in the past. Oh well. It's be easier with it being named. So let's go to O container. I think I decreased the number of cars to spawn as a byproduct of how the volcanoes worked at one point. Okay, so park status, park status, okay, so I adjusted that to make it rotate, but I don't want to do that. I'll just see if I can make it follow a path. And an easy thing to do too is see if I can get this, use alarm 2 instead of alarm 0. That's the first step to do. Okay, falling to ground. Something tells me I'll have to pass the variable in there. I think this is something that works on different objects though, not just the crate. Yeah, if it bounces 3 times, it lets it go. Probably the speed here. It's a bit dangerous. Like I could just match the drop position, but then if I would change it by a little bit, like then I'd be like, I'd probably break it later on and not know. I'll create a wave 12, drop X, bottom left. I'll do that. And I'll just check if it is set to that. Then it's perfectly fine to release the crate, so, or, you know, make it that different type of alarm for where it's going to drop the cars. So if yeah, that's an easy way to keep track of that variable. And then I can set it here and I can just kind of match it. Well, I think that'll be easier in the long run. I don't think anything else is based off that alarm. What happens at the end? Yeah, I have to copy a couple things. just, I probably don't have to do this, but it'll make it a bit easier in the future, or at least make it harder to break it later on. Oh, I could have done an alarm. Yeah, that's what I can do. No way, can't. Does that work? I don't know if I can put a variable in there for an array. I guess I can. Alright, I'll do that. To use equals 0. This is something I haven't done before. Normally I've never cycled through alarms. Here we go. Now I have to get that position for over here. So these two, I kind of, if I can grab it from a crate copter, that'll be easier, but I don't think I can if it doesn't exist. It has to be done at the beginning because the other, I can put it in here, but the other crate copter will try to pull that value. I'll put it in this setup and it should be okay. This is like chicken and the egg and the chicken. Thanks to Control F to search, I can probably figure out easy places to, I can find out what I'm doing later on. Okay, that should make it easier. This is default placement. Now I have to check when it's dropping. I might not need these. I can probably just check. I can check against the waves object. Since exists do check and I'll do my version, not the GameMaker one. Try to be consistent. Okay, now I just have to increase the starting wave number. Ah. Yeah, so even though it's a gold car, technically these are like wave 8 almost? I don't think I add any of those. Yeah, it's actually wave 14. This is just one step of it. It has to follow a path next. Oh no. Yeah, still off a wave. That one actually came close to getting me. There's the natural time limit on the gold cars before they end up in lava. They could melt over time. I could have them dropping gold, like liquid gold, and have the cars spin out of them. Okay, here we go. It's, yeah, you can see it more. It could even go a bit lower. Whoa. Okay, this is what I was trying to check. Let's see why I didn't find it. Okay, yeah, I gave it a different name with Crate Copter. That's why, that's easy enough. Kind of surprising it worked as long as it did. Oh, these ones work, so yeah, I'll try it again. do like how that wave is very distinct from the other ones. Okay. Can probably be a bit quicker. So it did not match the position. I wonder why that is. Maybe I shouldn't worry about it too much. It did work. What's funny is that you think it would still explode the other way, but it didn't. Yeah, this might be making it too complicated. See if that is a simple fix for it. Just keep it set and not worry about, like, this object might not exist. Like, I have it searching a kind of like a, it might be a parent and child thing with the objects. And Oscar, you're multitasking and watching some streams while playing a video game. Well, thank you for always dropping by here. It's very nice of you. And I'm happy that you are also playing a game at the same time. I might check out one next test demo for a break. Although I probably will have a quick Cliff Bar or yogurt. Let's get around lunch. I feel like mid-afternoon tiredness is coming early today. Although I think I was doing a better job going to sleep at a reasonable time every day this week. It's always tempted to, like, one day it's like, well, maybe I'll stay up late and watch a show or play a game. Then I could be ruined the next day or later on. I'll pay for it. I used to not pay for it, but now I do. Okay, so we will go to wave 14. So it's quicker to check. And we'll go to, see, it'll be funny. We'll go to speed 16. We'll double it. Because it's saying double it and see what happens. Don't just do a little bit. So I'm guessing the crate will ram into the wall. I'm kind of surprised there's collision detection on that, but I'll probably find out there isn't, and it was just slowing down in time. So a little hint of slowdown there on the first harpoon while everything's loading. Here we go. Didn't really notice it go any faster, and it did the default wave. At least it dropped them. Now I have to figure out, I have to get using the correct alarm again. I forgot I cleverly brought spare water along. I think the thing I forgot is the crate copter passing down the variable. So we'll take a look at that. Yeah. So I kind of create the container here, but the container wasn't getting the... I don't think I was getting the drop point. Could set it every single frame. I don't think I want to. Wow, this might be easier to do it back here. Okay, I'm gonna get a quick snack and I'll be back. Let's try it. See, will it be the one car wave? Yes! I think I forgot to make it explode. It kind of just vanished. Oh, that's great. That's progress. It just has to go faster now. So when it moves... Oh wow, how do you actually move? Let's continue. Yeah, I don't actually set the speed. That's not quite right, but it's close. That might break a few things. We'll see. And can this one car now follow the path and the explosion? Here we go. This is why it wasn't working. I should probably... that should be a script. That's easy enough. One thing earlier on in Carpoon, I probably did too much duplicate code stuff, especially in the harpooning, just while trying to get it working, instead of different scripts to make it more contained. hopefully this works for the car to follow a path. Not actually sure why I have to put a speed into the path following, but it's probably because let me see. Probably just to change it again. Okay, I can go backwards. Now, what path should I follow? Maybe this one on the left. We'll take a quick look at what that is. The hummingbirds are getting fed out there. Oh yeah, that one is going around up there. Is there none on the side? This is the one I want. Okay. Then I have to ask where is the one for the right side? I'll make sure this works and I'll add in maybe 3 of them. Yeah, I got 2 going up and down and 2 going on the bottom. Whoa! It just flew away. So the speed definitely changed, but it flew off to the right. You would think it would like that speed. I'm gonna try 10 and we'll see. Okay, I wonder because it's giving the speed, but you think a negative speed wouldn't matter. Maybe as I was trying to go to that point, it's like, okay, I'll add the speed, but it added the speed going the other way. Yes. Yeah. It definitely no collision detection now. Okay, so we'll go in half. We'll see what 5 is like. Because it's normally 3. This one, I'll keep as 3. should have saved the variable that or the error message. I'll just increment this and we'll see. It's probably in that path following function. It's not updated with the waves. And I'll have to match it. Whoa. I think I'll stop updating the speed of those. They would have to slow down. Not worried about that. Okay, let's... Yeah, it doesn't have number 50 yet. I'll just have to match it. Oh wow, it's not... Okay, this is good. It'll be done for it. This was probably one I added in last. I didn't even add in the right side one. I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised I don't have that in yet. This is where, like, I have two different names here, like a path layer name and an object. Pretty sure it's this one, so I'll try that. We can see here for what it actually is. Yeah, that's probably the way to do it. Let's take a look. Oh, didn't like that. Okay, the car speed. We want. I think 9. 9 is a little quick. Thankfully, it compiles pretty quickly. That extra height thing, I wonder if that's going to cause something, some sort of trigger that I set by making the extra height -1. So this car, it's not really following a path. I can try another path and see if it moves around. Maybe there's a problem with how I set it. We'll see if this does something or it's still stopped. Here it comes. Well, that's great. That one works. It's actually not. It's. Oh no. It's almost like that was pathfinding if it was too far away from a path point, there's lava between it, it would have to search for a jump pad. I can do the easy solution of just go in here. Try to find that, move the point. Just wonder why I didn't like that number 50. Hi Yerk, how's it going? Trying to have a car explode out of a crate and follow a path, which I did get working. I'm just now trying to get it to follow the right path for kind of the final wave in AutoWorks. Now, am I streaming early again today just to have a chance at watching the Stanley Cup Finals later? Perhaps. But I might not do it. I'll just see. Depends how much I get done. Follow the... it's like trying to go in reverse or... I have to see if that path works at all. Did you... I wonder. Let's... Because there wasn't many presentations recently. I think Summer Games Pass is over if like we check for this. Today's 15th, yeah. Like the last one was June 10th, and yesterday there was Yacht Club. No, not seeing any events on this GameSpot one either. I don't know, what games are you seeing right now? Yeah, here on this one, it looks like there's some on the 20th. Like some smaller ones. Oh, here's a neat one. Brilliant Indie Treasures on July 10th. I want to try negative car speed and see if that makes it change the direction. And Yurik, if you had time to check out any of the Next Best demos, I assume you're probably busy making stuff, but if there's anything neat you see, let me know. Okay, that one, it followed it for a bit, then it stopped. That's kind of weird. I'm gonna see the path points. I'm gonna draw ones it's going to. Oh yeah, just got back from a trip, so like I haven't really played much yet myself, so I was hoping either today or tomorrow to go through them. There was one racing game that some people have talked about. That's more of like a lesser known one, but a Ranger I think would be a good one to see. Well, here's something. If I say path to follow, okay. Maybe in the car itself there's another thing I have to do. Oh yeah, Oscar, the Breath of the Wild initial one is very different with the Wii U map. It would have been neat to have that one for the gamepad. Like I was thinking of getting it, but when I found out it didn't actually, it got rid of that feature. It's like, wow, there's no point. That's what happens. Games change a lot as they're being made. Did Epic have an event? That Epic Savings thing. I don't know. Okay, let's go into the car and take a look. So, number of points on a path, alright. How do you know what path you're following? A lot of stuff was either removed or used as DLC for Breath of the Wild, and even used to develop Tears of the Kingdom. I don't remember reading that part about Tears of the Kingdom, but I'll have to keep an eye out. It always makes sense. People, they'll have ideas, and sometimes they have to shelve them for later in case they have a sequel. Yeah, exactly. Mario Galaxy 2. It's a great example. This is just weird how it's not following the path. Yeah, the dev streams haven't helped me get stuff done. It is fun to go through it. It also helps me keep focus and set aside time. As I mentioned, I do need to get the testing with people live going, so I'll have to arrange a time with you at some point. That'll be more fun. I do think of checking out a game at the end of drawing. That's always neat to do. Oscar, yeah, I can see you being upset they didn't add Super Mario Galaxy 2 and Super Mario 3D All-Stars. That's probably so they can save it for later, or they probably thought it wouldn't add too much value to it. Like, probably they figured with 3 games across different generations that people would just buy it, so they could save it for later. Okay. No, that doesn't work. Yeah. It's a little suspicious. But Eric, yeah, I will say if I wasn't streaming, I probably would have stopped by now today. It's giving me that extra push to keep going, get a little bit more progress in. Maybe I'll just rename this. Yeah, I do have tasks that I want to get done in each stream. Sometimes I don't get to them, so today I'd be like finishing the waves in AutoWorks because I was busy with a project that's kind of done now, or I don't have to deal with anymore last week. And I think I wrote it down here, so possibly. So this is the crate copter part now for the final one. Then I want to deal with conveyor belt speed. And yeah, maybe one of these if I get to it. The lava meatballs to start falling in the AutoWorks, or better waves UI. It's like waves coming across the screen, like wave 1 or wave 2, and the number of cars left. Just because right now it's just tucked away in the top right. But that'll be really quick because that's gonna come across and maybe be able to distract from gameplay. Like it could just appear in the middle. Yeah, maybe some drawing, depending on how I feel. So what is this path? This path, if I zoom in, it's kind of like one that goes around on the left side. It's supposed to be this one here. So it's supposed to, these cars are supposed to drop and it's supposed to loop around the top and bottom. That way just the car is less likely to kill itself by wandering off into lava. That's probably still something I have to make a bit smarter in this level. Or just add more cars so it's not noticeable. Yeah, but then after this is mostly just polish and any remaining extra things like leaderboards and getting it ready to go. I wonder if this shares a number with something. I don't think so, but okay, so Oscar, you watch some videos, different hacks of video games. That's one thing, like I've never gotten to a randomizer or different things like that, but I do have the different versions of Ocarina of Time. There's so many games to play, it's like you can even go into games deeper too at the same time. And the path editor looks nice. You can do paths in Unreal 2, but you have trouble using them. Okay, York, I'll have to talk to you about that later, how to set it up and use it, because I'd love to try it sometime. The Ocarina of Time randomizer. Like, but here, back to the past though, each point, the cars only go to the points, and they don't follow the path itself, they just look for the next point and then they aim for it. That seemed like a very simple way for me to do it. And just based off their driving is how it kind of looks like a turn. Lots of people used ideas that Nintendo had from the Giga League. Well, that's kind of cool, actually. That's something I missed out on. All I know is I downloaded the Majora's Mask. There were 2 recent versions for PC, and I still have to play that. It's because I'm being dedicated to finishing Carpoon, I guess. I don't know. Now, later today I have to look into flights to Japan, and I'll see if I can go there in July. Here it's nice and cool in Japan in the summer, so I want to go. I'm gonna make this 51. We'll see if doing that changes things. And I'll also test it with, I'll test it with another card too. Oscar says there's Space World 1997 versions of Pokemon Gold and Silver and Zelda Ocarina of Time. So I knew that Ocarina of Time one. Is that the one with like the portal stuff that Giles Goddard was programming? And recently you watched a version of Space World Super Mario Sunshine from 2001. Is that one with the creepy legs, like the super tall creepy legs thing in the first level of Super Mario Sunshine? Is that one? Like that was like the Wind Waker Sunshine era of Nintendo trying weird things. Even the beta version of the first Luigi's Mansion. I remember Luigi's Mansion changed a fair amount even from E3 to the final one, but knowing now, you have to like, you don't necessarily, but you could lock in a demo in advance and be making changes, or just a demo is like its own version of the game. It does take a lot of development time. So it's always impressive Nintendo. It's probably easier for them now. They don't have to make playable demos, or why they have previews like very close to the end release of the games, because they can just go, okay, well the game's done, we'll just lock out this chunk and have people play it. Saves development time that way. Blinded by the sun a bit. Wow, that's a lot of extra stuff. Is there a simpler way just to copy? I'll make a test wave. Or I can just, yeah, I can put the card here. I don't actually, I don't have to create a test wave. I can go with the same wave. Okay, and Oscar says Nintendo GameCube used a 3D add-on to play the game in 3D years before it was on the 3DS version. I didn't know that. That's like Nintendo having internet on Famicom. And Yurik says, a little off topic, but I can't believe Melee exists. Super short dev time, and Sakurai and his team were among the very first to get their hands on crazy power. Yeah, I remember full 3D models and textures for every character that still looks great today, balancing fun content, music, etc. Yeah, it's I remember Melee E3. That was like it probably was the most fun with that. So how long did they work on it? It was only like, I guess I could check. They probably went to it straight after Smash Brothers came out. And it's crazy finding out the balancing was probably pretty much all done by Sakurai. And the fact you had to balance the whole game before it came out. So, and like you can't patch it after that. You know, it's pretty crazy what they did back then. That's just, I just hope the next one they can kind of reset with a different type of gameplay and not have to worry about having a huge roster at first. Maybe we can get it quicker that way. And then they can add the roster over time and just keep people interested in it. Just for something new, that's all. Because I mean, if I want to play Ultimate, I can just play Ultimate at any time. Okay, let's copy this car and try to test out that path just by itself. Left side loop is a much better name that I have hindsight for not calling it. I call it left loop. Left side is clearer. Oh, there, I had to look at that. Melee development time, 13 months. I call this lifestyle destructive. Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Well, good job, but hopefully on whatever he's going to be working on now, he has more balanced lifestyle, though he kind of likes working hard. And by kind of, I mean likes that a great deal. Just kind of glad Sakurai's hand didn't turn to stone or whatever. Like, he had to use a trackball for a while. Like, he had that, he was basically injured from all the work he was doing. Yeah, you think he's a workaholic. As soon as Ultimate finished, he hopped right into a YouTube channel, tons of effort and attention to detail. He loves the journey, not the destinations, is your take. On that one too, I wonder like if he had a goal of like teaching about making games or like the process of them, but not like more of like a greater idea rather than like the nitty-gritty details. And at least he hired people to do editing and stuff. But one thing I'll point out to you about Sakurai is that sometimes I talk to game developers and they don't play like any games, which might be some of the reason why you get games based off old games. Like those are the ones they used to play. Now they have no time and they don't play games. Sakurai, he seems to play a lot of current games and he is very good at old games. Probably also very good at new games. So he's not like neglecting seeing what's around currently too. So Oscar, you say Super Mario Sunshine used to have a railway system. I did not know that. I can see why they would remove it though. It's more fun to focus on the movement with Flood and Mario jumping. This should be bottom left. So, well, I guess I start on the top, sure. And I'll just add it in and test it out. Boom. one thing, looking back on the history of games, I wonder, with the Nintendo Museum, when that opens up, how much they'll be showing off there. Okay, that he was following the loop, but the belts that aren't moving but are moving kind of change. But it looks like changing the number worked. There was something about the number 50. He does stop there. But the number 50 is kind of being a problem, so I think the belt's not working. That was kind of part of it. I'll just move back one wave, and I'll add in. I'm gonna have one crate copter go across the bottom, one crate copter on the top. I'll add in 3 of them just so they're going around, and then I can work on the conveyor belt speeds. Maybe lava meatballs. No promises. Maybe hope I still have some coffee made. Okay. Well, yeah, and certainly, like, you just got home. Hope you have a great afternoon or evening, and thanks for coming by. Yeah, I'll try to be by for a bit longer, but I might want to go out in the afternoon here. So I try getting this wave done is a huge step. So I'm gonna stick to it to that point at least, so then I can get to a nice polish phase. But thank you very much. Doesn't seem to be anything else to the number 50 there causing an issue, but I will see. I'll just avoid it for now. I swear that doesn't do anything, but I'll leave it there. So maybe that actually worked because I went 50 and it just moved down to 51. Questionable. I guess I'll see again. Okay, 3 cars, test it out. Get 3 cars on the other one. That should be good. I don't think I need that. I'll just go with the same car 1 speed. This one, I'll move it up a bit. The other one, I'll move the X. And maybe they'll have decent spacing when they go around following the belt. That's always a neat trick. If you hold on Alt and you can select vertically, something I don't use too often. Let's just not put a random number in. Now, I don't know if you're selecting it and they show up. Like, I feel like there's a way to change all of them at the same time, but yeah, I'll figure that out later. Grab some coffee while it's compiling. Sadly, there is no coffee left. That's that A button to A button thing that bugs me. I brought some cereal because it's way past when I have lunch now. I'll probably put my mic on mute while I have it. Oh, I was going to change it. I was going to go back a wave. But let's see if 3 cars come out. Sure. Two of them are kind of going the wrong way. Might be a problem at the very end of the statement. Let's go one wave back to see. Yeah, it's still moving me even though they look stopped. There's another variable I have to change. Those two kind of follow it until they get stuck there. I'll have to change the shape. Are you... I need to draw the path points they're going to. Like, I'll check the map. They're trying to go against the flow. Why? That's funny. Okay, I want to make it either negative speed or faster. We'll see. And I'll change that path shape so they don't get caught going over the jump. Go in a bit. So yeah, there are 2 points here. Maybe I'll delete one. And maybe that'll make it easier for them. Wow, I think it's been my camera mic the whole time, so that's kind of weird. Yeah, let's see. Downside of losing all my defaults. Yeah, that probably works, but now I'm gonna mute it and have a bit of cereal. Okay, maybe I'll check out the order this path is made. That could be part of the issue. Seems like that's the direction I'd want to go in. Or want cars to go in. So I'll get rid of the negative speed. Maybe I'll let this work. That's just showing for when they have a target they're aiming for, so I know what's going on. I keep forgetting to turn off the top green crate, just to keep things simple. Okay, what will you do? Kind of getting stuck on different points. Maybe I'll leave that for now and come back to it. I think I'm trying to force it here when I should do something else. So I'll go on a quick walk to put my yogurt bowl away and I'll figure it out. Oh, well, thanks, Oscar. Thanks for dropping by. Have a great day. Yeah, and have a great Father's Day, one of two for you. Goodbye. I also, yeah, we'll have to do a few things soon. So these cars are likely having to go against the conveyor belt to get to the closest one. Let's find a point for the other crate copter to go to. Maybe here? And so then we can have two of them kind of going across either way. Never-ending battle against the sun. We'll go as be 12, 11 for wave 12, but just before the other one. To signal it in here. I think in the crate, I'll just have to add that in. Maybe not. In the container, I'll have to add that in. Okay, I guess it doesn't matter. It's more about its drop position. Let's see. Let's see if it goes to the right spot. Make it. You're still alive. Okay, let's see what this crate does. That it's a little more interesting when they go yeah, the cars don't fall to their doom when they're out. Okay. It is kind of neat with them going across. You do see it more. Not quite what I had in mind. What happened there? I feel like I didn't change one of them. Yeah, no, that's 470. Something happened with the Y value there. Oh yeah, drop X twice. Okay, but anyway, we got that done. Maybe the conveyor belt speed will work on a bit. And I believe I changed it when you start a wave. What I would do. So this is where it changes its speed. This worries me how it's moving them. Maybe it's a separate object that moves them. Oh yeah, this sensor moves the objects. Okay. So that I'll have to get the speed updated from it. So maybe there's a target speed and it takes 5 seconds to get to it. Now to do that, that I'm not sure I'll do. Let's see. Okay, gonna move a target belt speed and try to have it slowly build up to that speed. Okay, first I'll make sure the speed this is moving objects at is accurate. Yeah, where are these speeds from? So I am going through them, creating them. I would have to update all of this all the time. But, you know, maybe that's something I'll think about. Only a couple and a half hours here left to get some stuff done. I think I'll try this belt speed a bit later and the meatballs. But thank you everyone for dropping by today. That was pretty good for a day when I was a little bit tired. And got the remaining waves in place, so now I can just polish them up and add in the conveyor belt speed, and that'll be it. Well, have a great afternoon, everyone. Goodbye.